committed to Texas A&M. This is at midnight, by the way. After tonight, I see what kind of person my, quote, future coach is, and I myself don't want to play for someone like that. So without further ado, I would like to announce that I am decommitting from Texas A&M. Here's, again, 1 minute later, wide receiver coach from Texas A&M. People act like the truth is all of a sudden a bad thing. Society is too sensitive. Y'all boys, soft. Hashtag Texas tough.
He cannot get out of his own way. Can you imagine the meeting in Sumlin's office with Aaron Moorhead this morning?
Well, now he has come out today and apologized to pretty much everybody on the planet.
Yes, because he's going to either pick up his stuff like Tony Franklin did and walk out the side door with a little box and stuff falling out of it. That's where this one was going, Andy.
Yeah. Well, now here is where, this is the interesting part, at least to me. You got two other recruits that are not even, associated here, but Tyjon Lindsey, who is a ESPN 300 recruit receiver. He says, I would like to say thank you to Texas A&M and fans, but due to some tweets, some tweets subtweeted towards my brother, I will no longer be looking at Texas A&M. And then a guy from Utah who's a signee with Utah. Then he didn't have anything to do with it. At midnight, 12:26, at Texas A&M probably just got dropped by 25 recruits. On the other side, though, you've got two guys, again, who have nothing to do with the situation. One, a commitment to Stanford, a quarterback commitment, and a linebacker prospect for the 2017 tweeted. Ariel Nada tweeted the dictionary definition of the word commitment, and then he added to it to anyone that might not understand. And KJ Costello, the commitment to Stanford, said, I'm not going to lie. Recruiting is heading in a dangerous direction. Too many offers, too early, leading to unstable commitments.
Okay, a Stanford commitment would come up with something that sounds a lot better than what's about to come out of mine in your mouth, is what I'm reading right there. But your thoughts out there, 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. To me, Andy, the coach is in the wrong here. Kid has an option. He did give a commitment. Happens all the time. You have to learn to live with it. They commit to coaches. They don't commit to schools, in my opinion. Sometimes they may. I'm not going to say all the time. I'm not going to stereotype it that much. But for the most part, you're committing to a scheme and a coach and someone that they feel like can get them to the next level. Because if you're a big recruit like this, all of them think that they have the talent to get to the next level. But they're moving around all the time, Andy. All the time. Well, so, I don't have any remorse for these schools by no stretch of the imagination.
That's a good point. But I think it's like, well, what's actually right? I mean, the coach has got a point to say, if you're going to commit or don't commit unless you're really going to commit to the school. And but you don't do this because, whether it's right or not in theory or in principle, you're going to be wrong because, the kid has exactly what's happened. If 25 recruits or any manner of recruits, obviously 2 have decommitted here, but it just you gain nothing from it.
It's a PR nightmare.
Yeah.
And you just mentioned a school that is in a complete PR nightmare, and that's Missouri. And you've got to be smarter than this. We'll go back to our home state last year. No firm or school or anyone could have screwed up anything any worse than UAB did with that board of trustees over there. As soon as they came out from the back rooms and said it as loud as they could to the city of Birmingham, they had an uproar. And, of course, they would. You knew they would. But the board of trustees and the University of Alabama wanted to push this thing on through, which is about average, about normal here in the state of Alabama. If you follow politics and anything that goes on here, it's kind of a backroom deal. It comes out to the forefront, and you're like, what in the world just happened? Other than something that we know is not on the up and up. But the PR, these PR machines, these are big businesses. I know Coach Malzahn comes out and says, I'm not a CEO, I'm a coach. Good. Hopefully we got a CEO in place that allows him not to have to do that. I remember going and listening to Tommy Tuberville, who, by the way, I think would be a tremendous CEO and AD wherever he ended up, maybe even better at that job than he is as a coach. And he's a darn good coach, and I thought a lot of him while he was there. But I remember going and listening to him speak, and he said, I'm the CEO of a $60 million business right here. I got to make decisions that are that way. Now, the next year he was exiting stage left, but you got to be smarter than this, Andy, or you got to go. And this coach, watch, it ain't going to be much longer. He got about a few more days for someone to go in and look at him and realize the nightmare that he's creating. He's going to be gone.
You better bring in a big fish pretty soon to make to make sure that he's pulling his weight.
Let's go to the phone lines. Fred, you're on Sports Call.
Good afternoon.
Glad to have you, Fred.
Yeah, y'all are preaching to the choir on all this recruiting and commitment stuff here. It's gotten ridiculous. I don't pay any attention to it anymore because it doesn't mean anything. But seems to me that when a school offers somebody, I mean, didn't Auburn offer somebody the other day that's in the class of 2019 hadn't even got through with their freshman year yet?
Yeah, I think, that Joey Gatewood, I mean, he's like a 2018 or 19 recruit, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, to me, it just seems like an offer is something these schools have to throw out there to let you know that, hey, we know who you are, and we know you're going to be a superstar, and we just want you to know that we're looking at you, and, we're very interested in you. But that doesn't mean they're going to actually give them a scholarship 2 years later, even if they do commit to them. It's just stupid on both sides. So,
great point.
To me, the only, if they were really serious about these offers to kids that aren't even through with their sophomore year in high school, the NCAA just needs to say, hey, let kids sign whenever they want to. If they're in the 8th grade, in the 9th grade, in the 10th grade, and the school is committed to them, and they are committed to that school only, and we'll see all that crap dry up.
I agree with you, Fred. We sure do appreciate your phone call this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, buddy. 888-9-TIGER-9-334-887-3401 before you close this segment. I mean, I'm knee deep in one of these right now. I got to say, it's not on football; it's on the baseball side. And these coaches, I kind of feel for them to a point, Andy, because even if they're, and I'm not going to say names, and I'm not going to say SEC schools, and I'm not going to say anything in particular about it, but I will say this: they're made to have to kind of keep you dragging along. They're dealing with numbers here, and they've got a lot more commitments out there than they have room for. And a lot of times they come into a bad situation, and it's not something they set down themselves, and they've got to fight through it. So I can see why they do what they do. It's almost part of the game. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right for the kid to drag him along for months and months, thinking that something's coming his way that's not. It doesn't make it right. It's hypocritical. And that's the reason when you ask, do I sit here and read these tweets and get upset about it? No, because it goes both ways, and they handle it both ways.
Well, up against the break, we'd love to know what you think. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Just getting started. More to come on the show right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Randy's got a question of the day he'll pose out there. But first, just to go back really quick, so you're saying basically, these guys, these recruits that string schools along and string them along and then rip, just kind of, pull the rug out from under them at the end of the year. I mean, on signing day, that's, while it's not right, it's really, this happens. Schools do the same thing to kids, and we've seen that happen over. I don't, just because it's happened seemingly more, but I see it at Alabama. You see guys coming to the last week, and then they say, well, you better find a scholarship somewhere else. And you're saying that happens more and more, and you don't hear about it. And so it goes both ways. So you just got to live with it.
110%.
Okay.
Yes, it has. And the reason that it has to happen both ways is because if you knew the 25 offers that you're going to give out there in football, let's just take football. Football is easier. The other sports are tough because you are dealing with, all right, I'm going to offer him 35%. I'm going to give him 40. I'm going to go out there and find academic money. I'm going to come up with a way to pay for his books and his board. That's a lot tougher than saying I got 25 to deal with yearly. So, but let's say, if in a perfect world, in a utopian world, you give 25 offers and all 25 taken. Texas used to have it that way. I don't know what happened to them. But no more than 10 years ago, they'd stay in the state of Texas and go get 22 to 24 of the best players they could find, whoever they wanted, and they ended up in the top 5 in recruiting year in and year out, and it worked out for them. But it doesn't work that way. We get some, and they get some. So you end up having to make 40 to 45 offers probably to get 25 in. And maybe more than that. I don't do this for a living. I'm guessing up here. But what I do know is that kids get drug along easily as bad. Now, if you're a 5-star kid, if you're Tate Martell and everybody in America wants you, you may not get drug along because you can go wherever you want to anyway. But if you're a 3-star kid, 3-star marginal 4 that's kind of got an offer, but if things don't work out for you, then you hope that Jim Harbaugh comes down here and holds a camp to take you up to Michigan. Then you either, and you'll see a lot of kids jump on that offer real quick. And because they're wanting to ensure that they're one of those numbers. Now the schools, they get a little cold feet and stop communicating with those kids without having to pull the scholarship offer. That's just their way of saying, look, we gave you an offer. We're not sure if we want you now because we got somebody we think is better than you.
Sidebar: Kyle Allen, Kyler Murray, now Tate Martell, all to go to Texas A&M, then leave after 1 year. He bolts now before even getting there. What is this saying about the quarterback situation at Texas A&M? Now they're going to be playing with the graduate transfer this year.
If you're talking about the team this year, then it doesn't say much. It's not good. But the problem's leadership. The problem starts there at the top. It's either AD or Sumlin. Somebody's got to take the fall. And you're going to take the fall anyway, so it may be that. But a leader either cures this or he doesn't, and there's turmoil internally, and that's going on. You see it in programs all the time that aren't winning the way that they want. There's internal turmoil, there's fingers pointing, and inevitably it's the head man that's going to get the most fingers pointed. And I don't know that I will jump out there and say, yeah, we're seeing it at Auburn somewhat right now. We are. Until you turn these men's programs around to make them winners, there's going to be fingers pointing, and it always starts at the top, and right now there's issues.
Question of the day.
Went to Paul Simon last night in Birmingham, and he was outstanding. 74 years old, Andy. I've always told my wife, I said, I don't know if I want to go to concerts when these guys get older. I go up there, and I got a mental picture in my mind, and they don't end up being that way at all. They sound terrible. They can't sing anymore, and their band's old, and they're just sitting there.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. It wasn't that way last night. He was outstanding. He was singing as good as he did 40 years ago. So my question of the day, you want to call him an old timer? You want to talk about somebody that's been around a long time like the Stones? Who's a band or an individual that you would like to see before they're not performing anymore? I'm sure Merle would have been one for a lot. He was performing all the way up to a few months back.
Right.
I actually read a pretty interesting article that his last performance, it's not just you. You got band members that you're taking care of too. So his last performance,
the strangers.
He really needed to have this performance. You see this? he was too sick really to perform, but he couldn't cancel because of his band. And Toby Keith, being there in Oklahoma, big fan of Merle, he comes to the show. And Merle's talking to him before, and he asked Toby, do you know most of my do you know some of my songs? He said, I know all of them. He said, well, I may need you to help me. So he gets about halfway through the show, Andy, and he can't do it anymore. And Toby ends up coming up on stage and finishes the show out for him with his songs. So no matter what you think about Toby, I think a lot more of him after I hear that story, Andy.
Absolutely. That's pretty good.
I'm here for you.
Yeah,
Who would you like to see?
I always said I'd like to do Led Zeppelin, but they're no John Bonham. I mean, he, of course, but it would have been. I mean, they got that. They did a reunion. I always thought that would have been really, really, really cool because his son John Bonham Jr. was playing. But I think that ship has sailed too. So, but I'd have to think about it. That's a good question. One guy to see before
he's done performing.
Before he's done. Yeah.
He's 74.
Tony Bennett, maybe. That would be a cool one.
How old is he?
He's
got in his mid-80s.
He's 106, I think. But, yeah. What did Simon do? Did Simon Garfunkel songs? He did
some all.
Was Chevy Chase there?
No, but he did it. He did that. Oh, yeah. He called me Al, and everybody enjoyed it. I did a lot of the Diamonds on the Sole of My Shoe album. He had about 11 up there with him. They were great. They were great. I always am a little bit skeptical going to see someone that's you feel like on their last hurrah. I didn't get it, boy. He was jigging up there, and I'm 39. I can't jig like he was doing. He looked like he was healthy and not at the prime, but he was really, really good, Andy. I got to tip my hat.
That's pretty good. Well, we're up against a break here. Hopefully, when we come back, we'll be joined by Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Be sure to join us on the other side of this break. More to come from Sportscall, presented by Lee Marketing Group. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll pick up your phone calls in the next segment, but right now we want to go to the phone line and welcome in our good friend Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Jason, how's everything going today?
Going pretty good, Andy.
It's good to talk to you. Glad you're doing well. I know you got a chance to talk with Coach Malzahn the other day. Talk a little bit about some of the things he said, starting with the satellite camps. Of course, the rule now being wide open for everybody with the reversal, and Auburn certainly wanting to take advantage of that. Looks like Auburn may stick around. At least that's the initial impression, maybe, to Auburn, Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. But what did Coach Malzahn have to say?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the focus for Auburn when you look at it, historically, and especially probably the last 30 years. Auburn has focused on, always focused on Alabama and Georgia and the panhandle of Florida. But, you think back to, the Dillard Five guys and, in the early to mid-'90s. And since then, Auburn has made a push to be more of a presence in South Florida. So you start looking at, obvious places for Auburn, and Atlanta and Miami are a couple of them. But, I think Tampa probably the other from there this year. In Jacksonville, Florida, maybe down the line you could do something in Jacksonville, maybe a Charlotte. But I don't think Auburn's going to stray too far from that base that they want to recruit from, and that's going to continue to be the Southeast.
Your mind starts to wonder. People start throwing out ideas about, what this is going, what kind of effect this is going to have. And of course, everybody in the SEC especially, but you see it more and more in the Big Ten and the Pac-12, Big 12. Wanting to exploit as best they can rules like this and to take advantage of them to the greatest degree. In your mind, have you thought about where are some of these players? Are people going to be having camps in Hawaii? Are they going to be doing some very interesting things, going very distant places?
I think it's a possibility, but would the return on the investment for something like that? You think about how much it costs. Just to fly to do things and go that distance for an entire football staff. That'd be a difficult scenario to begin with. But your chances of maybe signing, maybe you sign a player or two. It's going to be hard to imagine you're doing much better than that. No matter where you go outside your region. Obviously, from Michigan, you look at they've capitalized and signed some players from Alabama. But have they signed a player from Alabama yet that had an offer from either Auburn or Alabama? Nope, they haven't. So I think that's kind of what you run into is you're getting that much more for what you're doing. I think the big question right now is how long till this burns out. I don't think it's going to take very long because you think about Atlanta, Miami, and Dallas, all the hot spot places where teams are going to have satellite camps. How many satellite camps can a kid go to? You start, if there's a dozen of them in Atlanta, there's probably going to be more than that. How many of those even at $40, how many kids can afford to go to a dozen football camps, especially when they're going to be, in about a 13-day window? I think that's where this thing's going to run its course pretty quickly, in that, you start doing that, by the time the end of those camp sessions roll around and there's nobody there, is it going to be worthwhile for teams to keep doing that? That's why I think, joining forces, having one almost combine type camp is probably going to be the thing that ends up being maybe the winner out of all this before it's over with.
So having, is there a limit to how many you can have right now?
Yeah, apparently not, because every time I look up, Michigan's involved in another one. I'm not kidding you. I've probably seen a dozen different high schools. I just saw one today, Oakland High School right outside Knoxville, Tennessee. Michigan is guest hosting a camp with them this summer. There's those. I mean, there's 3 of them in the state of Alabama alone that Michigan's doing. I think a couple in Georgia. Obviously, there's going to be some in Florida. So I don't think there's a limit to the number of those. The thing that they may do different is that they may do some of those instead of having camps on campus, whereas for teams in the Southeast, the biggest drawing card you have is getting kids on campus. And so you're still going to recruit the majority of your guys to come to your camp in the middle of June, late June, and then another one in July, whereas Michigan, I think they're almost going all in on saying, hey, we're going to go out and spread the word as much as we can to different parts of the country, and they're involved in a bunch of them. So I don't know that there's a limit involved.
Wow. We got Jason Caldwell from Inside the Auburn Tigers joining us here on Sports Call this afternoon. Well, Jason, I'm interested on your opinion of the new Gus Malzahn. He continues to trumpet this new attitude of, I'm not a CEO, I'm a head coach. That's what I'm going to concentrate on. The distractions are not going to get the best of me this year. I'm more focused. The coaching staff's more focused. Do you think this is, or I guess, do you buy this?
Yeah, I think it started for the bowl game. I really think it started kind of taking place then and taking shape a little bit. I think the biggest thing is that I think people kind of maybe take it a little bit out of context. I think a lot of this has to do with Gus Malzahn getting back to his roots, and he's still continued to be a play caller with the offense. He's continued to do that, but I think it's going to be more about the day-to-day operations on offense. As a head coach, you kind of give some of those things up because you have all these other duties that you're doing. I think for Gus Malzahn, it's about, look, I got here. The reason we've had success is by first and foremost him kind of running the offense. I think that's what we're going to see a lot more of this year. And you still obviously you're a head coach. There's duties that you're going to have to do, but I think it's going to be him. And we saw it in the spring. He was more involved coaching the quarterbacks. I mean, he was working with the offensive line on certain things. I mean, those are things that we haven't seen as much of maybe in the last year that we saw in the spring. And so I think it's just about being more involved with the day-to-day, football operations and kind of having a more hands-on approach.
Does he remind you more of the guy, at least this past spring, that's when he was offensive coordinator?
Yeah, and I think part of the thing about that is that, if you're a play caller, I think we've seen it from Steve Spurrier or something too. If you're calling plays on Saturday and you're not, in the practice, and you're always at practice, but it's tough to be that focused guy. If you're not the coordinator in practice too, then come game day on Saturday, it's tough for you to maybe call the right plays, because just because you call a play that was the perfect play for Nick Marshall in 2013, the same play may not be the perfect play for Sean White in 2015 because you got different personnel. And so I think part of that is seeing those guys every day, being that close, being that involved in it. And I think that's something that I think as a play caller, I think it's something that you have to do. I think you got to be in that deep in there because you got to know what these guys can do. And so I think that's part of what we saw this spring, and I think that's more along the lines of what Gus Malzahn has done.
Well, finally, Jason, Auburn heading to Tuscaloosa to take on Alabama for a 3-game series this weekend. Of course, the classic, matchup. This anytime these two schools get together, obviously it's going to be a little bit more intense. But you look down through the numbers, and pretty much Alabama's near the bottom in practically every offensive category. Auburn near the top in practically every offensive category. Obviously, Alabama starting rotation really, really, really good. They got an outstanding ERA. So just give us the rundown of how you think this matchup comes out.
Yeah, this is kind of the classic one of where you have a team that pitches really well, not very good offensively against a team that's pretty good offensively and hasn't been real consistent, pitching the ball. And I think probably more so for Auburn, it's been more about the defense than anything. So, which one of those wins out? I think for Auburn, you take solace in the fact that if you feel like you scored runs or done a good job offensively against pretty much everybody you faced. Now, there's situations where you had a bunch of hits that Arkansas didn't score. But I think this team feels like, hey, we've got an opportunity to score against anybody. And, if you score a couple of runs against Alabama, you're going to give yourself a chance to win. And so I think that's kind of the, what you look at from an Auburn perspective going into the weekend. But, well, this is as much of a must-win situation on both sides for different reasons. For Auburn, if you want to have hope of making it to the SEC tournament, I don't think there's any secret that you probably need to win this series. You look, 11 wins is probably, maybe the magic number to get in. Auburn at 7 right now. You still got Mississippi State and Vandy. This is probably your best opportunity to win a series left. And so I think for Auburn, you need to win it. For Alabama, 10 and 11 in the SEC at Arkansas and then South Carolina the last 2 weekends. Alabama, I think, at a minimum 15 wins to have any shot to get in an NCAA regional. So you're looking at an opportunity to win the series this weekend, get you to 12. You still need another series win over one of those two. So I think it's must win for both teams, maybe for different reasons.
Yeah, by my count, Auburn has not won in Tuscaloosa since 2004. So definitely would like to break that streak. No doubt about it. This weekend, that would be good. Jason, kind of give us a preview of what to expect from inside the Auburn Tigers this weekend.
Yeah, obviously baseball, softball, always football and football recruiting. So we'll have a lot more football coverage as well. So plenty still going on even in this time that might be considered a lull time in Auburn sports. So check us out at autigers.com.
Quickly, Jason, Randy wanted me to ask you a question of the day. He went and saw Paul Simon last night. What artist would you like to see that before they hang it up, the one last time before they retire or I guess die?
Well, I missed my opportunity because I'm not kidding you. Just 2 or 3 weeks ago, I mentioned to my wife that Prince was the one that I wanted to see. Obviously that didn't work out. So, next on the list, boy, I don't know. I'd have to really think it over. I got a chance to see several of the ones that I really like already, but, that would probably be one. I'd probably have to go old school a little bit. Maybe, there's somebody like Chicago, somebody like that would be something that would be pretty neat. So.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That seize the day. You gotta take the opportunities when you get them. Not going to see Prince. That's tough. Jason, we appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. You have a good day.
You do. You too. Have a great weekend as well. Up against the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Sports Call on the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you for one more segment in the first hour of today's show. Sports Call brought to you by Lee Marketing Group. From logo design and branding to ad placement, LMG can handle it all. For ease of time, cutting edge, results-driven marketing campaigns. Think Lee Marketing Group, your comprehensive marketing solution. Check them out at leemarketing.net. Appreciate Jason Caldwell joining us, as he always does on Thursday. A lot of good information there. The new Gus Malzahn, he said, he thought it started around the bowl game, and to get that, that bug planted that he wanted to get back to basically being the guy that he was when he was running the offense, still calling the plays, obviously. But here's a quote from last night that Gus Malzahn said, "My number one goal is to get our defense to play top 10 defense. It's not offense. It's not this or that. It's for us to play top 10 defense. The way we're going to be good for a long period of time is defense. And that's just the bottom line. That's a focus in recruiting."
You agree?
Yes.
I do too.
I mean, obviously, you look at the teams across the country that are offensive, offensive minded, they are inconsistent. The ones that, look at Michigan State, how consistent they've been. Why? That isn't because they've been great on offense. Look at Alabama. Why? It's the consistency. Yes, the offense has been really good here as of late, but it's the defense that's make them consistent.
I don't know.
You got to play good defense.
I'm hearing you. Yes, I agree with you on that part. But Michigan State, you throw that one out there. They get obliterated every time they go up against somebody that's a national title
and it's
contender.
Their first or second loss of the year.
Yeah, it is, because they're up there with a bunch of others that are just barely trying to play like we did back in the mid-'90s when you'd win a 10-7 game.
Saying that competition's a bunch of stiffs. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's old school. I think you need to have an identity and stick with it. Don't bounce around. If you're going to be Baylor, and be better than Baylor does it. If you're not, really, make a decision.
I agree. That makes sense. I'm just saying you can't.
I'd love to have
consistent.
I'd love to have a great defense and make it better than what we've got. Of course, that goes without saying. But we sure had a good team in 2013. I'd like to repeat that thing, and we weren't very good on defense. I'd like to be a little better than we were on defense that year and keep that and bring back that type of offense, that type of tempo. And I think we can do it. And that's not asking for Cam Newton back. I didn't just run up here and say I want 2010 over. I said I wanted something that is reasonable to get back. The quarterback we had out there, he's not playing quarterback in the NFL. Nobody even really looked at him to play quarterback in the NFL. But the system worked and got us to a national title game. Did a lot of things go our way to get us there? Yes, but we were in all those games. We were competitive. So have an identity and stick to it. And I think Coach Malzahn, everything I read, says that that's what he's trying to get back to.
Oh, yeah, I think that's right. The problem is you run into when you have a quarterback like that is when it comes that draft time and you're trying to recruit guys to be in that position and so, you can't go to the NFL as a quarterback. Well, why would you go to Auburn to play quarterback? Nobody wanted to play quarterback.
MVP of the league last year, played at Auburn in that system. That's all you got. That's all I got for you. Ask me, come up with another one would be my answer to that one. Now, Nick Marshall, you have to kind of know where you fit. And if you don't think Russell Wilson would have been good in this system?
Sure.
He's been unbelievable in this system. And he would have known that. He'd have known that too. So now are you going after Tom Brady? No. But that's not your identity. Stick to it. And it seemed like we got away from it a little bit last year, and it came back to bite us. Yeah,
our defense wasn't good, but our offense was worse. So if that's his focus, don't need to forget about fixing the offense. But again, with his renewed focus and the coaching staff renewed focus, hopefully all that stuff will get worked out.
And I'm with him. I'm 100% behind him. I sound like a broken record. I just want to go back to what we've seen him be successful with in the past.
I agree. And, we had a call yesterday, and, it was Grenade was talking about he just doesn't have a lot of faith that Malzahn can be successful and build a successful, consistent program. I want him to be successful. I think that he can. At least I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. We have another down year. We have some more inconsistency down the road. I'll probably reevaluate things, but I definitely, I want to support. Up against the end of the first hour here, the Fox Sports Report is coming up next, but we'll be back with hour number 2 of Sports Call right after these messages.
Alabama's premier option for all your sign needs. Custom signs for your business, club, or organization. Wraps and decals. Both full-color banners, big scale, or photo collage on campus. All with fast, friendly comments. Check out our website at signsourcenow.com. 888-543-6758. Go straight to the source. Sign Source.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin Gill from Sunshine Heating and Air. If you are looking to build your dream home, please give us a call at 256-825-4849, or your current heating and cooling system has over 10 years of age on it. Heating and cooling systems have seen huge changes in the past 10 years, and we're ready to show you all the possibilities you have. We have heating and cooling systems that can heat and cool your house for less than it costs to run your refrigerator. You heard it correctly, less power than your refrigerator uses. We can also offer you absolute comfort, multiple set points inside your home. Please give us a call, 256-825-4849.
We are Steel, German engineered chainsaws and landscape products. Majority of which are made here in America by Americans.
And over 90 around the world.
Find out why steel is #1 in America. SteelUSA.com.
Find your Steel outdoor products and more at the new Satterfield Outdoor Living on Highway 280 in Alex City.
Videos have always been the best way to teach, amaze, and amuse people. With the advent of YouTube, companies big and small are producing videos that sell, promote, and increase conversion rates. Videos engage your customers, meaning more visibility, more customers, and revenue for your business. How do you get your video to stand out amongst all those customers and garner the most attention? R&D Media Video Promotion. Find out more at www.rndmedia.com.
You're listening to Sports Call on Tiger 93.9, WTGZ, Union Springs, Montgomery, and Auburn, and AM 620 WTRP, LaGrange.
Fox Sports trending down. Frank Vogel will no longer be the head coach of the Indiana Pacers. The head coach is gone after 5.5 seasons. Team president Larry Bird said today he'd been thinking about making a change since the All-Star break. Pacers were ousted from the first round of the playoffs by the Raptors in 7 games. Those Raptors tonight face the Heat in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Heat are up 1-0 in the best-of-7 matchup. The latest is brought to you by TrueCar. Find the new car you want. See what others paid and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr says Steph Curry is doubtful to play in Game 3 on Saturday against the Blazers because of his knee injury. Cards dropped the Phils today 4-0. Redskins signed tight end Jordan Reed to a 5-year extension with $46.5 million. I'm Dan Byer.
Hi, this is Dan. Through the years, friends and family have enjoyed the great taste of Shrimp Basket's mouth-watering po' boys, fish, crab claws, burgers, and so much more. While our menu is constantly changing, we are still serving up the best shrimp baskets with the goal of offering an enjoyable, affordable service to each and every one of our guests.
Wow. After all these years.
Still eating at the Shrimp Basket.
And eating Shrimp Basket.
Visit shrimpbasket.com to locate one of our many Shrimp Basket locations.
Visit TK's newest location. Store 11 is now open at the corner of South College Street and Cox Road in Auburn. Just like all area TK's locations, Store 11 is the store with more. Soft drinks, snacks, adult beverages, and anything you need to get through the workday, night in, or night out. Plus, quality Texaco gasoline for your car. So stop in and visit the newest member of the family today. TK's Texaco Store 11 at the corner of South College Street and Cox Road in Auburn. Looking for an affordable and convenient way to entertain clients or reward top employees? Look no further than Auburn Links. Auburn Links corporate membership package offers discounted annual player programs for your employees, value rates for guests, corporate charging privileges, and a range plan. Plus, you have access to the ultimate tournament experience, administration services, starters, beverage carts, event space, and catering. Call 887-5151
or visit AuburnLinksGolfCourse.com for more information about Auburn Links Golf Club.
You know, Dr. George is not here anymore.
To providing box lunches for your next event, Honey Baked Ham is just what you're looking for, including full meals.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown!
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive! Dalton right!
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dog!
Call in now at 887-3401-LOCAL. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out!
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sports Call.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy Graham and Randy Lee here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. Now joined by Dr. Paul Goldhagen from Bone and Joint Specialist. Offices in Alexander City, Dadeville, Wetumpka, and Sylacauga. Be sure to check them out for all your bone and joint needs. He can fix you up no matter what the problem might be. We're talking about a lot of different things over the last several weeks, different categories of things. One question I wanted to bring up just quickly, Steph Curry, strains his knee, has an MCL strain. Number one, what's the difference between a strain and, I guess a pull? I don't know what are the different technical injuries we're talking about in the ligaments there?
A ligament is basically a rope that connects one bone to the other. And a strain or a sprain are basically the same thing. It's a stretch as opposed to a complete tear. So a sprain of the ligament is a stretch, and we grade them usually 1, 2, and 3. Obviously, 1 is least, 3 is the worst. 3 is pretty much a complete tear of the ligament, and then just varying degrees below that are the strains.
If you're going to strain a ligament, is it one better than the other, MCL versus ACL?
Well, technically, you really can't strain your ACL. It's one of those, I guess we liken it to being pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. Right. You can't kind of be pregnant. So you're either going to tear your ACL or you're not. You really can't strain it. And that's just, it gets a little technical, but that's based on the other anatomy of the knee. You've got to tear and do other things to other ligaments before the ACL will give out.
So he strains his MCL, obviously stretches it a little bit. They said 2 weeks. He said he feels like he may be good for game 3 coming up here. That'd be about 2 weeks. What's needing to happen for him to feel well enough to play, and how much time are we really talking about for a healing?
Well, for a ligament to heal, such as an MCL, it all depends on the type or the grade of the strain. If you've got a type 3, you're looking probably 8 weeks. Ligaments take longer than bone to heal. A 2 can be anywhere from 6 to 8, maybe 4. A grade 1, maybe 2 weeks, but it's basically just time. And you just can't hurry up time. The body just needs a certain amount of time for these things to heal. And the problem is when you're at that highly performing athletic level, your knee can't withstand the forces. Side-to-side cutting, planting, cutting, and twisting, that knee will buckle or give out on them. And that's where you need the restraint from that medial collateral ligament or the ligament on the inside of the knee that prevents it from buckling inward.
So, if he comes back, that's basically his game. He's running, he's stopping,
that's basketball.
Twisting,
they're cutting sports.
Absolutely.
Basketball, and then any of the ones with the cleats, soccer, football, softball.
So we'll see how he comes back. Even if he comes back, he's probably
going to have a brace on his knee. I don't think he'll be 100%, but then the question is 80% of Steph Curry good enough?
Better than most.
Yeah, better than most.
Well, the subject of today, and where phone lines are open if you'd like to give us a call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free, locally at 334-887-3401. Back injuries and back pain. Obviously, that's one of the most common things that people have to deal with. A lot of different types, I guess, of back injuries. Back, of course, you got discs, then you got all different kind of things going on. We may talk about some of those, but number one, I guess just the different types of back injuries. What are we talking about? Well, back pain. Where does it come from?
Back pain is the most common. In fact, that's the number one reason why anybody in the country goes see a doctor is for back pain, period. End of story. And I think it's like 1 in 3 or maybe 1 in 4 adults during their life at some point will experience back pain to some degree. The vast majority is going to be muscle strain and a muscle pull. And they come in all shapes and sizes and forms. We see it very, very commonly. It's done from lifting. You could get it from just a bad sneeze where you're drawing your muscles up in your back. You can sleep funny, all kind of ways. And most people who've had back pain know that basically it gets better by itself after a short period of time. But then it'll come back. And each time it comes back, it stays a little bit longer, is a little harder to go away until it gets to the point where it becomes chronic and it just doesn't go away. The problem is there's a lot of things that are overdone or overcalled about back pain. One of the terms is sciatica. Oh, everybody's got sciatica. Well, sciatica is a very, very specific diagnosis for pain that radiates along the course of a nerve all the way from the back all the way down to the bottom of the foot. A lot of people think if they get a little bit of pain in their butt or going down the thigh, it's the sciatica, or in the front, it's way overdone. Bulging discs. If I did an MRI on 100 backs of somebody, let's say in their 50s, if I did an MRI on 100 people with no history of back pain, I would find a bulging disc in 30 of them. So what does that tell you? That tells you it's not necessarily the bulging disc that's causing the problem. Another term we hear is degenerative. Oh, I got degenerative disc disease. Well, I kind of hate to tell people the tires on your car are degenerative because the only thing degenerative means is it wears out over time. And as we get older, stuff's going to wear out. So the discs in the back are going to wear out. And the discs are kind of sponges in between the bones in your back. But the vast majority of back pain is muscle strain, and it can be very severe. It can be debilitating. And, usually a very, very short period of rest, anti-inflammatory medications. Physical therapy is very important, not only to help get over the acute episode or the episode that just happened, but to prevent it from coming back by keeping not only your back muscle strong, but by keeping your core, which is the abdominal muscles from your chest down to your pelvis, everything in the front, because the muscles in your back have to pull on something. And if you're not strong in the front, you're going to have back pain.
Yeah, I got a friend, you talk about a sneeze can bring on a muscle spasm.
Absolutely.
And gone for the entire day,
Absolutely.
for days almost.
Yep.
It's almost incredible. But what are we talking about? This is what, in minor injuries like that, we talk about just normal back pain. You usually have anti-inflammatory medication, things like that. What are we talking about when we get into more severe back stuff?
Well, again, obviously, we start with the caveat that surgery is always the last resort. Pretty much no matter what we're dealing with, it's the knee, the shoulder, the back, the hip. And we always like to leave surgery as the very last resort. So physical therapy is pretty much the mainstay of a lot of the treatments, even if you have a disc. If you have a disc pushing on a nerve, sometimes we can do an epidural injection, or we can do what's called a selective nerve block, where under X-ray they actually localize the needle specifically to the nerve that's being compressed or irritated and inject steroid there to help decrease the inflammation around the nerve, to decrease the pain. That's great. Those kind of things, the steroid injections and the nerve blocks, are great for decreasing the radiating pain down the legs. But to get rid of the underlying back pain, that's usually therapy that involves strengthening the muscles.
What do you get to? Why do you get to the point, or what good does fusing discs and that kind of surgery?
Good question. We actually fuse the bones. The discs are the sponges in between. But what happens is there are things in combination make the spine stable. Kind of like when we talk about ankle fractures. The reason why we're operating on an ankle fracture or fracture is they're, quote, unstable. In other words, you can't leave them alone because they'll move all over the place. The same thing happens in the spine. If you start getting degenerative or arthritic conditions or a fracture, or the arthritic conditions are now affecting the ligaments and the muscles aren't strong enough to hold the back where it belongs, and then your discs kind of dry out and crackle up and go away, you now have a lot of laxity or looseness in the spine, and it moves ways it's not supposed to move, causing pain. So in that situation, they can go in and do what they call a decompression, where if there's something pushing on the nerve, they can get rid of that. But that inherently also destabilizes the spine. So that's when you have to fuse or put different levels together with screws and bone graft so that they become one, so there is no longer any motion to minimize pain.
So a disc is what again?
A disc is like a sponge. It's exactly a sponge. If you ever seen a brand new sponge out of the wrapper, it's nice and cush, and you put water in it, and it blows up real big. And then when you squeeze it down, all the water comes out, and then you let go of it, and it comes back up to its original height. But what does an old sponge look like? It's dried, it's cracked out, you put water in it, nothing happens, right? That's what an old disc looks like. So it no longer has the properties to provide stability and cush like a shock in your car. If you took the front shock out of your car on the right side, you hit a bump, you're going to bottom out on that right side. Same thing happens in your back. As you get older, if your discs dry out, you can't withstand the same kind of forces.
Once you start, like you're talking about, it, back injuries tend to, I don't guess all of them, it's probably dependent on the person as well, but tend to become chronic.
Well, they can, and a lot of things is our habits. I mean, everybody realizes that if you're going to lift something that weighs 200 or 300 pounds, you square up and you get in front of it and you bend your knees.
Or don't pick it up.
Or don't pick it up, or get someone else who's bigger than you to pick it up. Exactly. But the problem is we need to learn to lift everything, whether it's a pencil on the floor or your shoes like that. Because the first thing we do is when something drops, we go to bend over, whether to the side and sitting in a chair, or if we're picking something up for anybody, we don't usually bend our knees. And that's where the problem comes in.
Prevention always the best cure for everything, I guess.
Absolutely.
Well, we're up against the break here, but Dr. Paul Goldhaven, we appreciate so much you joining us each and every Thursday. Always good information.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Sports Call on the way right after this. Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you for about 40 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free locally at 334-887-3401. Appreciate Dr. Paul Goldhagen joining us to talk a little bit about back pain and answer some questions about Steph Curry's knee. I've been wanting to ask him that for a couple of weeks now, but he pretty much broke it down and explained exactly what he's dealing with.
And I love that topic. Not that I love it. I hate that topic, but I've suffered from back issues for a good decade for no reason. Just, mid-20s the first time it goes out, sitting there eating lunch and just roll off in the floor and have to get carted to the hospital. It's pitiful. It's sad.
And for a guy, not to pump you up too much, you're a very good athlete and a young man, a very strapping young man to be carried out at 25 years old. I'm sorry, but it's kind of humorous.
Like on a stretcher, carried out. And I've had it go. I've only had it go out a couple of times like that. And I actually saw Dr. Goldhagen at the time, and what he was saying made a lot of sense. If you're up and you're not stretching, which I do a very poor job of doing that. If your hamstrings get tight, then normally it just goes directly into other parts of you, and it did. And luckily, I haven't been to that extent, though. But it's a great topic and one that we probably need to carry over a couple of more times because I'm sure there's a lot out there that have questions with it. I like the question on Steph Curry, and the reason I like it is because I watched Cleveland last night. And if Cleveland plays like they did last night, we're going to have one of the best final series we'll ever see. If Golden State's at their best and Cleveland plays the way that they do last night with those three guys shooting the way that they did. Yeah,
it should be very interesting. These playoffs have been kind of, I guess it's normal. I don't know. You don't see this kind of blowout. Normally you'll see a 20-point win usually, but, the Spurs just embarrassed the Thunder in game one. The Cavaliers just humiliate the Hawks in game two there. I turned it on, and they were up by about 40. And, you hear Barkley at talking about the end of the game, saying, look, they're out there shooting threes just to set a record, and it's a blowout game. And he said, you gotta knock somebody into the front row. You got to foul somebody, not for this game, but to set the tone for the next game. And, of course, people were like, no, you can't do that. It's a different era, Back in they would do that back in the day. It's a different game now, though.
It is a different game, but I agree with him. And I agree with Cleveland. Let me go both ways.
The Hawks have got to have you shouldn't have to have somebody tell you to do it. That's the point.
Al Horford comes out and he says, I don't know if we would have acted the way that they did if we had that type of league. That's fine. You're not defending anybody. There's open threes. How about defending somebody? Yeah. And that'll cure it somewhat. But here's the reason that I have no problem with what Cleveland did. Cleveland has not felt like, even with LeBron, they felt like third or fourth best team in the league for the last couple of years, honestly. And that's not good. And so when you can get the ball rolling, you can get people talking, because your confidence level has got to increase tremendously when you break a playoff record like they did last night. And they need that, Andy. And to be honest, as a fan that could care less which one wins, I need it because I need them to be confident. I think it's going to take a very confident and a very good Cleveland team to make the finals even worth watching with Golden State or the Spurs. The Spurs are right there, too.
Cleveland was very competitive. What was it, 4-1 or 4-2 last year that they lost? I can't remember if they won 1 or 2. But anyway, they were, very good getting there, and that's without Irvin and Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. So both of those guys healthy this year. Why wouldn't they be? I know they've sputtered this year. They've gotten. They hadn't hit their stride, but they seem to be hitting it.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying. And if you're hitting it, take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Now, I'm not going to be lulled into. I've seen this movie before. Cleveland or a team that LeBron James is on looks like they're hitting all their strides. They get to the finals, and that's just kind of the way. That's kind of the MO of what we've been seeing over the last 5 or 6 years. So, if Steph Curry's 100% healthy, no matter, to be quite honest with you, whoever wins between the Spurs or the Warriors, whoever comes out of that Western Conference, I think will probably beat the Cavaliers, and it probably won't take but 6 games, but we'll see.
888-9-TIGER-9 I was knocking around in here at JR Sports Bar and Grill a little bit while you were interviewing Jason Caldwell. Got Auburn, Alabama series on the road. His thoughts on this weekend as we're in the second hour, Andy?
Yeah, Alabama, you look down through there, and Jason, talked about a good point. It's kind of one of those classic matchups. You got Auburn, who's near the top in most offensive categories. You got Alabama, who's almost dead last in most offensive categories, last in average. They only hit 245. I mean, when you look at that difference and you say Auburn's going to face a team that's averaging, their team averages 245. Auburn's is 311. Alabama's only scored 189 runs all year long. They've only scored 189 runs in 45 games. Okay? Just to put that in perspective, in 1997, Auburn scored over 600. Okay, now we played 57 games, but still, we scored over 6. I mean, that don't count for 400 more runs. And it's a different world. I get you. That's, it's guerrilla ball versus today. But Auburn scored 302 to their 189. They don't score. But they have outstanding starting pitching. Their bullpen's a little suspect, but a 338 average, that's sixth best in the SEC. So that's where it comes. That's going to be the difference in the series. Can Auburn get that consistent starting pitching? We've gotten it sometimes. Sometimes it's been really good. Cole Lipscomb, he may go a complete game and give up one earned run. Justin Camp, he may throw. He's pitched a complete game this year, a two-hitter. And he's also been knocked out in the second inning. Cole Lipscomb the same. So how Auburn's starting pitching will be the difference in this series.
Did you say a stat on Tuesday? Let me make sure I heard this correctly, because I've said it several times. So I hope 2003, the last time that Auburn went on the road and won a series at Alabama. 2004.
Even years we go up there. 2004. We hadn't won 2007, 9, and 11. Only series we won against Alabama in the last since 04, I think.
I'm sorry I asked. 888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. Call in your thoughts on the series this weekend. We had a busy first hour of the program. Andy knocked around on Texas A&M and the tweets and recruiting and all that goes along with that, and had a lot of thoughts that were brought in, and I guess we can hit back on that one more quick time as we're in the second hour of the program.
Yeah, right now, what are you talking about, the Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think the moral of the story is you got to let it go. You got to know what, the world you live in now, and understand that if you're going to tweet something out, then especially with again, I go back to the point is valid. The point is correct. Yes, there is no loyalty. I understand that. Nobody understands the word commitment anymore. I say we just changed the name of it. It's not when guys verbal, let's just say they verbaled. They verbaled to this school. They didn't commit. They verbaled. We don't need to use that word because it's not accurate. So he tweets out that, they're not being loyal, and then Texas A&M, lo and behold, lose another recruit. And then they got more recruits chiming in saying, well, I'm not even going to look at Texas A&M now. So he comes out and apologizes today to pretty much everybody in the United States, and every high school kid anyway. And it's just I think you brought up the best point, though. It goes both ways. Kids lead schools on, schools lead kids on. So it's a dirty business, and everybody's filthy that's involved in it.
And they've got to play it. Coaches, I kind of tipped my hat to the coaches and said, look, I'm sorry. It's not something that many of you probably want to do, but you got to do it. I mean, if in a utopian perfect society, if you offer 25, all 25 take it, then everything's honky-dory. But it never works out that way. So you've got to extend probably more than you're going to accept commitments.
How many you think offers that an Alabama, an Auburn, a Florida, and LSU, how many offers do they put out a year, you reckon? I mean, I don't know, is that a fair?
If they bring 25 in, I really wouldn't be surprised if it's not around 40.
Yeah, I was going to say 50.
Because you're going to miss on – there's going to be 15 or 20 that you're competing with a lot of teams on. And if you luck into getting 3 or 4 of those 15 or 20, then you've done great. So there's part of it, but I think there's more than that too. Yeah. I think there's also some that you get a little bit cold feet as it gets closer to time, and some others maybe pop up. And, again, it's coaching changes, and who knows? It's a whole totally different world out there in recruiting right now.
It is at that. Up against another break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Sports Call brought to you by Lee Marketing Group right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for about 25 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. I've got a phone caller holding, but Bruce Pearl did hire an assistant to replace Todd Golden, Creflo Dollar. I'm sorry, that's a misprint. That should say Chad Dollar. From Georgia Tech, he was an associate there at Georgia Tech the last couple of years, an associate head coach actually with them. So we'll see how that works out. And some, of course, graduate transfers coming in, as well as a transfer to Sean Murray that'll sit out a year and be in with the program next year as well.
Let's go to the phone lines. Grenade, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, Randy and Andy, how's it going today?
Good. Glad to have you on.
Good. Hey, I'm going to jump back before Dr. Golden was on, but you guys were talking about offense and defense and you know, I guess what matters most to a degree. And I think we both know the answer. You can only be so bad on one side and the other side can't make up for it. And in the ideal world, you got to be, you know, good on both sides of the ball. But we did just see Denver win a Super Bowl with just defense. So the old adage, defense wins championships, I guess holds true, which surprises me in this, you know, generation. But I guess my question is, can defense change everything for Auburn? And that seems to be what I'm hearing, is that, you know, I said I think we're going to have a tough season. I think Gus is going to get fired. We're going to get a new great coach, and everything's going to be better, 1 year from now. And after that, someone called in, John, and said, hey, the defense is looking good. We're going to beat Clemson in that first game. And so I guess a lot of people just feel that if our defense picks up, it can change everything. And when I look at last year, Mississippi State, we scored 9 points, Ole Miss 19, Georgia 13, and Alabama 13. And so my question is, can an awesome, just off-the-charts defense change everything at Auburn?
Thanks for the call, Grenade. You want to take this one, Andy?
Can it change? No, I don't think so. And plus, I don't know if we can be off the charts. I don't think you can go from what we were to off the charts in 1 year with the same players, just adding in a couple more. Can we be a lot better? Yes. And I think that, and when we were talking about Auburn being better, you know, can defense make us better? I think it can make us consistent. If we want to, you know, we want to get off this roller coaster, I think we have to have consistent defense. You know, we don't seem to be able. I mean, we don't seem to be able to level out with great offense. We can kind of go up and down. We can win big, but we can also lose big. But if you've got a really solid, really good defense, you have the total years. You have, your worst year is going to be 7, 8 wins. Your best is you can get to that 13 mark.
Are we flip-flopping?
I guess.
Am I the one up here that's going to give the same story that you normally give, which is will you not take 10 and 13 and take the up and down?
I'm just saying consistency. I'm not saying that's what I want. I'll take the championships.
I guess as this question comes up, I kind of change my thought process. I'm not sure that I want to be 8-4, 9-3. I want the chance to win it. At least on a reasonable basis, not every 10 years. I mean, every few years, I'd like a chance to be there in the mix, and I'll take my lumps with it. Do I want to get better on defense? Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about that for as long as we've been on air and everybody else about football. But one thing that I am, and Grenade, I know would agree with this, is I just want us to go back to our identity on offense. Let's just be who we are. Let's be, even if we're not great, let's be who we are. Let's go down with the ship that brought you here. And I think Coach Malzahn's going to try to do that this year.
Well, and Randy, you're an offensive guy. Has the game changed? I mean, to me, it seems like, can we beat LSU 7-0 like we did when they had Jamarcus Russell? Are we ever going to win a game against Mississippi State 2-0 or whatever it was? I mean, it seems like when we've had our great years and we have the shootouts and you're scoring 40, 50 points, that seems where the league's going and everything's going. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, can defenses still win it? It seems like you got to put up a lot of points these days to win.
I think you do. I think it's a different day and time. I think there are exceptions to the rules when you have two tremendous defenses like you saw LSU and Alabama only a few years ago. Now Alabama ends up mutilating them in championship game because their defense just was so much better than what LSU was able to put on them that night. But the first contest, I think both of them had a great offense, but what is it in, 9-6? I think that's an anomaly. I don't think you're going to see that much anymore. That's the reason that I would like for us to go back to the identity that Coach Malzahn brought us. Art Briles has brought it to Baylor. Next time Baylor has a bad offense like they had this year, or like Auburn did this year, they're going to be in the same boat we're in. You can't do that. You've got to to feel confident that you've got a guy in there that's kind of a wonderful offensive mind, and you kind of go with that, Andy. And I like that, and I like Coach Malzahn. I hope he gets back to it.
Will he have time to get there? That's the question, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, he's made his bed, though, at this point on the quarterback position. And I think that's where it lies. I think he's got a good enough line. I think he's got a good enough running back core that he can have a good offensive quarterback plays a little bit above average. You don't have to be unbelievable. You got to be above average. And so far last year, those two we put out there last year, I think at best you're going to get average.
Final thoughts, Grenade?
I tell you what's depressing, and we did it on the show last time you were on, Andy, but Randy, try to find that 8th win. If you can get 8 or 9 wins, I totally agree. I think the takeaway from me is that this is Gus's bonus, his year. I don't think there's a bonus year after this. So if you get 7 wins, I think that's the thing, that next year's not the rebuilding year. This is the bonus. You're already in the bonus. And to me, there's so many parallels between Gus's last year and Chiswick's last year. With the Jack State overtime, I didn't even know till I went back and looked, but Chiswick's last year, we had a Louisiana Monroe overtime win. So, Gus has already got the extra year. That's this one coming up. If I see things change, that would be great. But until you see something change, when I look at that schedule, I tell you, 8, if you're not looking at it with orange and blue glasses, I got it if you're orange and blue and we're going to beat Clemson, and that's awesome. But if you just kind of look at it as, hey, we're getting it going, 8 is hard, 9's hard, impossible. I don't know, 9's tough, 8's really challenging to find. So we'll see.
Hey, we sure do appreciate it, Grenade, and let's go to the phone lines and staying on there, and got a couple more minutes on this segment. Terry, you're on Sports Call.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Glad to have you.
I don't really know what I'm talking about, but I remember Coach Bryant used to say your best offense is good defense. And that's bygones be bygones. But Alabama's won 4 out of the last 7 national championships. You tell me who won those ball games for them.
I think the defense won them, but I also do agree that Alabama has set records the last 2 seasons with offensive numbers. I'm talking about program records with offensive numbers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But my point is, if you got an up-tempo offense on the field all the time, your defense has got to play harder and longer, which weakens them down. You score all the points you want to, but if you don't have somebody to stop them, you're not going to win the ball game. That's what was proven last year in the Alabama-Auburn game. If you don't have the men to stop them, you can put all the points up you want to, but if the other team's coming back and you don't have anybody to stop them, it's just a scoring match.
Well, and I can also, Terry, they'll go 2 years ago, Auburn-Alabama game. I think the final was 55-44. Auburn had over 600, close to 700 yards total offense in the game, and Alabama didn't stop us that night. But Lord knows we didn't stop Alabama either. So you got to have a mixture of both in today's game. I don't think you're going to see the old Bryant games and Pat Dye games or the games back in the 80s and 90s in all ranks where you just try not to screw it up. You just go 10-7 and try not to screw it up. You don't see those often anymore.
I agree with you 100%. But what I'm saying is that you can put up as many points as you want to. The other team can come back and put up as many points as they want to. I mean, it's just going to come out who has the ball the last. If you got a good defense, you're not going to rack those numbers up. When you get ahead by, say you got an up-tempo offense, and you get ahead 34-21, if you don't have a good defense to hold that margin, you like a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. You're going to lose.
Terry, great call, buddy. We sure do appreciate it. Got about a minute left here on this segment. Andy?
No problem, sir.
Yeah, the word I use is just consistency. I think a good defense can make you consistent. I go back to, how did we end up on the How did we end up on the other side of this? Now, I'm always trying to say.
I don't know. We flip flop today. I guess the question made me think a little different, and it did you as well. You're more wanting to be consistent. I'm more.
Well, I'm not sure. I like I say, I'm not saying that that's what I want. I'm just saying that I have not seen evidence that we can be consistent with a more powerful offense than a defense. Now, I want both. I want equal. I want to be 50-50. Great offense, great defense. But I don't know how we get there. Maybe we're getting closer. I don't know. But I'll take the championships. I'll never give back. Won't give back 10. Won't give back 13. And we got there because we had a great offense. And we could stop the run. We couldn't stop the run in 13, but we could stop the run in 10. So I'll take the championship. I'll take some inconsistency, but that means this year has got to be a high note because we've had 2 low notes. We got to have a high note this year, and if we get it, I'm gonna be forever. I'll be okay.
I mean, are we going to be a double-digit dog in this game that I'm going to mention? Yes, we're going to be a double-digit dog in the opening game against Clemson. But don't nobody think Clemson can't be Clemson on the road at Auburn.
No.
If we can play some defense. And we just got to keep them to around 30. We're going to have some offense. But if I'm looking for 8 grenade, that's the one I say, I wouldn't be shocked.
It's at Ole Miss. That's the one I think that's the 8th win if we get it.
I feel
you think it's better? Which is more possible? A win over Clemson at home or Ole Miss on an
Ole Miss.
So there you go.
But I still have hope on them.
Of course, that's if we can keep our kids out of jail. Up against a break here, but don't go anywhere. One final segment on the Thursday Sports Call right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for one final segment on today's show. We're here till 6 o'clock, so give us a phone call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free locally at 334-887-3401. As I mentioned in the first part of the show, Bryce Harper from the Washington Nationals signs a 10-year extension with Under Armour that is believed to be the largest endorsement deal in the history of baseball. No details on the numbers of exactly how much, but again, Under Armour just continues to. I mean, do you think it's all blind luck that they? I mean, obviously they've had some foresight. And you look, Bryce Harper was a phenom. I mean, he came into baseball when he was 19 years old, predicted to be maybe the next great player. Jordan Spieth had a great, beginning. But they signed him. They signed Harper. They signed. They got Tom Brady. They've got Clayton Kershaw. They've got. They got Buster Posey. But they have Steph Curry
and Cam Newton.
And Cam Newton, by the way.
Yeah. How did you leave that one out?
Well,
How'd you even get past three humans?
The cherry on the top.
Okay, you were holding it, I guess, then. And but no, I was going to mention they got the three best players in each of those sports right now: Cam Newton, Steph Curry, and Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper's out of his mind to start the season. Let's go to the phone line. Jeff, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys, can you hear me all right?
We got you. Thanks for calling, Jeff.
Thank you. Hey, as a Georgia fan, let me chime in on these four children, these four kids. Man, when I was 18 years old, if I did anything wrong, I went to jail. If I lost my job, if I did anything too severe or something like that. But man, Gus Malzahn in LaGrange, I believe he's actually clueless as to what he's supposed to do with these guys. Georgia, and I don't know why it's not an SEC rule. Somebody needs to make the playing field fair for everybody. Because, like they were saying the other day, I believe Nick Marshall came in at halftime because weren't they tied with Arkansas?
For the best of my recollection, yes.
I mean, so it's probably best you put Nick Marshall back in your first game of the season in an SEC game to make sure you win that time. But, okay, so if that's not the case, we'll have to see, I guess. But I guess Terry had called in and said some people might get punished more or something like that. That shouldn't be true. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're a star quarterback, you're a star defensive end, or a five-star recruit, you should be punished the same. Is there no code of conduct?
I don't think there is. I think it's up to the school to make the decision. I said we actually discussed this on our Sports Blitz program the other night, and I said you can set precedent, and you better stick with whatever precedent that you set. But I bet you anything, if you were to poll those coaches, they would love for them to go ahead and set it up themselves. I mean, if you're caught with this, the SEC either comes down with a ruling or NCAA comes down with a ruling and they stick to it, that would take a lot of pressure off these coaches, I think.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Because maybe my opinion of Malzahn would change because he's going to have to do what he has to do instead of me questioning whether Nick Marshall went in because they were down or whether he just actually said it was a half-game suspension. But one more question, if I could. If LSU and Auburn jobs come open, I asked you all this before. I had asked if you think they might switch offensive schemes and stuff. But if both jobs come open this year or at any time, which would be the most lucrative? And I'll hang up, and I do appreciate you all taking my call.
LSU and Auburn, the most lucrative. I don't know.
Money-wise, probably about the same.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to probably make the same amount of salary.
Okay, I can sound like a broken record from Tuesday, too, on this one. I've said a million times, I don't want to throw him under the bus without saying it again. He's probably my favorite player of all time for Auburn. He did more with less than anybody we've ever had, and that's Damian Craig. But saying that, I've had enough of Damian Craig. He doesn't need. He can stop talking about Auburn. He's moved on. But is it a non-parallel move to LSU? If it is, you can't say it and be an ex-player. If you think it, you can't say it and expect us to bring you back in with open arms and say, oh, everything's fine. Yep, non-parallel move to your SEC West counterpart that in his historically's never done anything any more than we have. At best is equal. Yeah, they've had a decent little run since Saban's been there and on from there, but otherwise, so if you ask, I say it's pretty parallel.
Well,
I really do. I believe
lucrative, I think it's the same.
I agree.
Is it easier to win at LSU? I say yes, because you don't have a monster like Alabama to deal with. You own the state. It's a lot easier to recruit. And example B is Les Miles. Has won 10 games a year there and has won a national championship and played for another. And I don't think he's a great coach.
Let's get this last phone call. I only got about a minute
20
or two.
seconds.
Okay.
20, 30 seconds.
Terry, you're on Sports Call. May have lost Terry.
Okay.
So you ended up, Andy.
Well, hey.
You there?
Yeah, we got you, Terry.
How long did you say? 20 seconds.
Yeah, better make it quick.
Did y'all watch the end of the 8A game on TV? They replayed it the other night. Tennessee softball game got rained out.
I did, yes.
Have you watched the little pregame when the game's over? They all huddle up around the midfield, and Gus is giving them a talk.
What did you notice from it?
I'll call back later.
Terry, we'll take
call us tomorrow. We'll start the show with this.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it. For Randy Lee, I'm Andy Graham saying so long for now. We'll talk again soon.